All right. What's up, everybody? Hey, Terry. Each time I hear Heather running down the alley with that calming orange glow, I'm called to watch a stream. Yeah, it's such a good song. It's a shame. I've been using End of Small Sanctuary as like my startup and BRB music for many, many years. I've rotated between a few songs that I've used and like AFK screens and stuff like that over the years. But I mostly use two songs, End of Small Sanctuary and Eternal Rest, the result screen music from Silent Hill 1. And both of these songs are now some of the most commonly targeted songs on my channel. So because I use these songs in practically all of my streams as startup music or BRB music, basically scammers have taken advantage of that and flagged almost every single one of my YouTube videos. I've had about a dozen, might be more now, false copyright claims just over the last 3 or 4 days. I've had about a dozen false claims, all on different videos, by the same person. Person is putting it nicely. The same dickhead who's scamming and abusing the YouTube copyright system, who has the nerve to use the name Chad Energy James. So, fuck you, Chad Energy James. More like Small Dick Energy James. Can't make a life for yourself, so you've got to abuse copyright systems to scrape pennies off of content creators like myself and many others. Not very Chad Energy, if you ask me. But yeah, this song constantly gets targeted by scammers. Eternal Rest, Promise, pretty much all the big, super popular Silent Hill songs that even not Silent Hill fans have probably heard, because they get used in a lot of other videos and things like that in general. Yeah. A lot of those are big, easy targets for scammers. And I mean, dude, it just sucks. I hate how often I have to talk about it. I guess I don't have to talk about it, but it sucks. Because now I've got to take a chunk of my day some point this week, go through and dispute each of those claims one by one, and hope that YouTube actually does something about it, which they probably won't. I feel like disputes used to almost always work. Like if you put in the effort to put in a dispute for a false claim, like even just a few years ago, it seemed like reasonably, like more than half the time, if I file a dispute, the claim gets removed. Now it seems like I never win disputes. YouTube always sides with the scammer. Like, it's crazy. Actually crazy. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of it, dude. And Twitch is about to implement something. For anybody who hasn't heard some of the news going on with Twitch, Twitch is going to start implementing AI, or rather the content of a stream being fed into generative AI, large language models. It's not something that is on the platform yet, but it's something that they are talking about implementing. I really hope they backpedal on that, because obviously overwhelming amounts of content creators and streamers on here on Twitch are against it. But we've got Twitch ready to feed all of my streams and voice and everything into AI. We've got YouTube, which is already doing that. Plus, also, it's impossible to get any sort of traction on the platform anymore, because I just get overwhelmed by false copyright claims and dumb bullshit like that. The only people making a living on YouTube now are people stealing other people's content and AI slop creators. The internet's just fucked, man. The internet's fucked. I'm glad to have lived during a time where I saw the internet sort of become a thing, and it was new and felt so limitless back then. And watch it turn into what it is now, where there's more misinformation than real information. Everything is controlled by algorithms and advertisers and manipulators. Dumb bullshit. Sorry, we're starting off in a real negative headspace today, in case you can't tell. Know what sucks? Raccoons are so cute, yet have cost me $3,000 to remove a family of them in my attic and repair their damage to my roof. Damn. I mean, thank you for going through the process of having them removed. I definitely know plenty of people here in the South. You just go up and shoot some raccoons. A lot of people handle it in not such a delicate or expensive way. I thought false claiming was a thing that could get you in trouble. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can get in big trouble for false copyright claims if YouTube ever actually enforced it or did anything about it. The absolute worst thing that's going to happen to any channels that are scamming on YouTube right now that get caught, their channel gets removed. Oh no, my free account that literally doesn't cost me anything to just make a new one and start doing the same exact scam over and over and over again. It does nothing. It doesn't do anything. Even reporting, even trying to get rid of the channels, there's a million more to take their place. They're literally already AI-generated usernames and profile pictures, and like people, they don't face consequences that are harsh enough to deter people from doing any sort of false copyright claims and scams and shit like that on YouTube. Nobody's facing jail time. Nobody's facing fines. They're not even getting IP banned. So, as I said, the most that happens is their channel gets removed. Oh no, they got to go make another free Google account. It does nothing. They don't even have to go and make one. Like I said, most of the people who are doing these kind of scams, they've already got dozens, if not hundreds, of accounts all set up doing the same thing anyway. Getting a few of them removed, like, does nothing to them. Deverin. Deverin, thank you so much for the 56 months. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it. The good news is humanity won't stand for this forever. This all has a breaking point. I mean, yeah, things will inevitably get to a point where people will force change. Like, it goes beyond just like, oh, people don't like this and they want change, to people really don't like this and they're really pushing for change. Eventually it'll get to a point where things are so bad, people will force the outcome that they want. The problem is that could be a very long time. And by the time those sorts of things are resolved, I probably will no longer be able to do this, streaming and playing games and talking to you guys on the internet. That's quickly becoming a not feasible thing to do on the internet. Like, it's going to get to a point where the only kind of streaming and YouTube and stuff like that can really exist is not gaming related. It's not reviewing movies or media, because you won't be able to do anything like that anymore without copyright claims or scammers or, some version of that sort of impeding what you're trying to do. If what you do relies on media created by other people. So it'll just be, basically IRL streamers. And even that is starting to become super questionable. I mean, it already has been for a long time, but as things get more restrictive, who and what and how you're allowed to film and record and have so-called rights towards the things that you create, as all of that sort of breaks apart, it's going to get kind of bleak. I think that's kind of where we're headed. We're already kind of there, but whatever. Like I said, we're in a bad headspace today, thinking about all this stuff, but we're still here today. As much of a dumpster fire as the internet can feel like, I've still got my own little corner here where I can just play games and talk to you guys. It might suck. I might not be able to put the video up because an algorithm detected this 25-year-old video game music mistakenly being a quote-unquote remix that's just the entire song with maybe a slight filter applied to it as being what I'm playing or using or hearing in the background. So it's like, it becomes a headache dealing with all that aspect of it, but nothing really stopping me from just being here and doing it live. But hey, we're still here. It's a brand new day. It's another day. We're all still here. Play the music backwards, then it's demonic. I've somewhat considered just composing a bunch of my own music. Because I am a musician, not very active, like playing or practicing or composing these days. But it's something that I've considered. Use the same sample CDs Akira used. Yeah, I mean, even stuff like that. I've got access to all of that. I could potentially have access to synthesizers and things that can emulate a lot of those original synthesizers. I'm not going to put out the kind of money to get those original vintage synthesizers. Maybe Vulture could loan them to me. For those who don't know Vulture, very cool dude, YouTuber, and fan of our channel, member of our community. Really, really talented musician, but he is like a historian when it comes to synthesizers and synth music in general. He's got a huge collection. He runs a whole YouTube channel going over vintage synthesizers and stuff like that. It's super cool. But one of the things that's kind of kept me from composing music and putting it out there, it will inevitably just be stolen. It will inevitably just be stolen or sampled or ripped off by AI. And I don't think I can handle putting in the effort of composing original music and then one day having to wake up to a copyright claim by some shitter for a song that I made and not being able to do anything about it. That would literally drive me fucking mad. So I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. Hey, Oleander. Sorry to interrupt your Frank Sunderland drawing. But yeah, let's move on from all the dumb shit. Easy, just become a billionaire and start your own platform. Yeah, let's do it. Let's crowdfund it. Instead of YouTube, it'll be us screen. We'll workshop the name. Or view us. Instead of YouTube, view us. GraveTube. Sounds like a different kind of content? Yeah, people might take that the wrong way. Maybe that'll be the hook to get people to visit it first. Because, I mean, the only reason YouTube doesn't sound that way is because we're used to it. It's been around for 20 years. Back when YouTube first started and it was new, it's like, who's tube? Who's got a tube? I don't know you. You keep your tubes to yourself. Now. Hey, Deus Ex. Bow, 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 bow. Bam. We're gonna spin wheels. We're gonna spin some wheels today and see what sort of hell awaits us. What kind of Silent Hill playthrough are we gonna do today? Please, Ascension story? We got Ascension story last time. People didn't want it. The people didn't want it. Where were you? Because we landed on Ascension during one of the last wheel spins, and everyone immediately vetoed it. So for those who don't know the rules for the wheels, we're going to spin the wheels. It's going to land on something, some random game, some random type of playthrough. If enough people do not want to see whatever it lands on, which is determined by having at least 5 people spend 10,000 scam points each. So if 5 people spend 10,000 scam points, we will respin it and get something else. But we're only allowed to do 1 respin. And whatever the second spin is, there's no vetoing it. We have to do whatever it is. So you got to make sure you really, really don't want whatever it lands on the first time.
From Bram's, the next town over.
Tassadul. Welcome back, dude. Thank you so much for the 37 months. Spin. Hey, Hirimi. Let's do a spin. Let's do a big spin. Big spin. It's Silent Hill 1 challenge run, which is actually what we wound up doing last time. We got Silent Hill 1. We did the knife only hard mode playthrough of Silent Hill 1. How are we feeling? Knife run again? I mean, I could do another knife run, but that seems a little bit boring. We could do whoosh percent this time. We could do whoosh percent. And I mean, we could combine the two, because I did want to do whoosh percent. What's that again? So whoosh percent basically means once I get the katana, which is very early in the game, once I get the katana is the only weapon I'm allowed to use. Not just as a weapon, but it is the only way I'm allowed to move. Because every time you swing the sword in Silent Hill 1, whenever you swing the katana, it makes Harry slide forward a little bit. So I have to finish the entire game without walking, or running, or sidestepping, or back hopping. All I can do is swing the katana to travel forward. I can turn and steer, but otherwise, that's it. We've done whoosh percent a few times over the years. It's been a few years since the last time I did it. I think around 2021 was one of the last times I did it. And I did want to redo it where I only use the knife until I get the katana. And since we just did hard mode knife only, I've at least got some practice doing that. Of course, you're all going to have to watch me spend however long killing the air screamer in the diner at the beginning again. But yeah, let's do that. Let's do a proper whoosh percent. Let me change the title. Whoosh percent. Is this where you surprise us and whoosh percent is you playing a Sonic game? Maybe in the future we'll implement a Sonic the Hedgehog wheel that we can spin. But not today. Not today. Oh, gotta update Duck Station. All right, I need to find which save file. I'm assuming I've got a save file with Katana unlocked. Let's just try this one. Okay, I don't remember which save files got my Katana unlocked, and there's not really an easy way for me to check. So we're just gonna speed run up to the house where I get the Katana, and if it's there, then we'll know which file it is and start over. This game contains scenes.
Huh. Radio. What's going on with that
Hey,
radio?
Pythonicus.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Makes me wonder what you order at the diner before the game. Just coffee, or you think he got some pastries or something? He just woke up in the diner. He didn't go there intentionally. I don't think he ordered anything. See the parts of the Lost Silent Hill 199 comic was found? Yeah. Always cool to see. I swear they just need to do a big re-release of all of those what are considered lost media comics. Even though, like, Cage of Cradle and Double Under Dusk, like, Masahiro Ito said he still has all of those original pages with all the artwork and everything that he's already done. And it's possible that the Silent Hill 1 old Silent Hill 1 comic could be compiled together. They should just do like a big art book. A big art book with all those comics that like don't have any other physical form anymore. Yeah, I know. Obviously, Ito has said, like, it's not up to him to release any of that artwork and stuff that he has. Konami has the license on it, so it's always... The ball has always been in Konami's court. But I'm saying, like, the comic is not lost media. the way a lot of people think. Like, it exists in its entirety. It's in Ito's possession. He just needs Konami to say, okay, let's re-release it. Any kind of Ito Silent Hill art book in physical form would sell out. I agree. Totally agree. It's something I can't believe we don't already have. You mean abnormally big-boobed Lisa comics? Yes, Terry. Those are the ones. Look, Masahiro Ito is a man of culture.
Doing something so disgusting.
And he's got a very particular art style. Job the Face. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Do we have Katana? We have Katana access. All right, perfect. So that is our save file right at the very bottom. But thank you again so much for the raid, Job. Was playing the Moffat Conspiracy for NES the first time. It was kind of wild. I've never heard of that. There's a lot of those. I don't know how well known it is, but there's a lot of like hidden gem kind of games on the NES and Famicom. Hey, Black Indy.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Got to see Yamaoka back in March. Hell yeah.
Like I've been run over by a truck.
I'm glad I got a chance to see Yamaoka live, but it's been a long time now. That was 2014 when we got Yamaoka and his band to come and play at the anime convention that I worked at, San Japan, in San Antonio, Texas. That was the last time I got to see Yamaoka. But it was a fantastic show. Had Mary Elizabeth McGlynn with him. Because she doesn't really tour and do performances with Yamaoka and stuff really anymore. They've got a different vocalist now. Although the new vocalist that Yamaoka's been taking on tour is like so good. I've seen like people's videos and stuff of his last couple of concerts. Okay. Knife only. We just got to kill this air screamer. And then run and pick up our katana. And then once we pick up the katana, it officially becomes whoosh %.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
hit me again at that angle? He's like at a weird angle. I can't hit him. Posted a pic of the new Robbie bench in Silent Hill 3 section of Discord. Nice, Meep. I mean, if it's something that you painted, like you're making a display and everything, if you want to put it in the art section as well, that's perfectly fine. But that's really cool. I need to figure out something. I want to put together a display for like all of my Silent Hill collection stuff. The problem is, like, the majority of my collection is still back at my mother's house in Texas.
What's that?
So, like, once I get everything
Radio. What's going on with that?
here, moved here, so I can combine everything I have with everything Rachel has, and then we can start putting it all together. Dude. Probably the one franchise you miss is probably Dead Space. One of the last popular survival horror franchises that's dead on ice because of EA. After they didn't get their ridiculous price expectation from the remake.
Radio.
Yeah.
What's going on?
But at least there's there's multiple Dead Space games and a remake to enjoy. If I was going to, like, suddenly be able to bring back a horror game, I would take, like, Eternal Darkness. Let's bring back Eternal Darkness. We need some sequels. We need a remake. We need a re-release of the original. Where's my Eternal Darkness? If ever there was a game that deserved more. I gotta get back into the swing of things here. Trying to get this damn knife fight. This stupid air screamer. It's just really precise timing. Swing of things. I don't even mean it that way. That's the thing. Rachel knows me. I don't mean to say things as a pun. As jokes. It just happens. My brain just does that. some reason my setup is not putting it where I can actually attack. Just chillin'. Welcome back. Thank you so much for 96 months.
What's that? Huh.
Thank you so much, dude.
Radio. What's going on with that radio? What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Why do I feel like it's attacking faster? Oh, internet disconnected. Wonderful. Come on. Come on, OBS, you can do it. Reconnect. Please? Please reconnect. There we go. I think we're back. Yeah, we should be back. Okay, it's going to be one of those days. The internet has just been complete unusable garbage lately. And we had a bunch of bad storms roll through yesterday that may have potentially fucked things up even worse than they already were. All right, we're back. At least it's at this part. No progress has been made. So it's fine.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Dude, I swear this thing's attacking faster. Last time, wasn't I getting 2 hits in and then getting away before I got hit? Now it seems like it's hitting me every time I hit it. Please, Air Screamer.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
It hits me every time before I have a chance to move. Like, actually, what am I doing differently? Hold on. I'm looking at my VOD. From when I just did hard mode. Duck Station, nothing changed. I mean, there was an update for the emulator, but like enemy behavior and stuff like that is not affected by Duck Station settings. It's the same no matter what platform you play on. That is not how the enemies behave or function any differently. I just need to go to the menu so that it doesn't idle for a moment. Oh, I was doing single slashes, not 2 hit. Okay. Single slashes. I thought I was doing 2 hits last time.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
That's it. Just gotta get the timing down.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
That's why I thought I was doing 2. It's not the 2-hit combo. You gotta do 2 individual timed slashes. The timing, though. Got him.
This is not a dream. What's happening
Got
to
him.
this place?
Unfortunately, we're also 1 hit away from death with no heals. But we'll have to make that work. Alright, we got the radio. We've used the knife to deal with the first air screamer. Now we just need to beeline for the katana. So that whoosh percent can begin. And boy, if you thought it took a long time and a lot of effort to kill Splithead with just the knife, wait till you see how long it takes with the katana. The katana is technically doing more damage, but if you're doing whoosh percent, that means you can't avoid being eaten by, like, running, or walking, or strafing, or back hopping. The only way to move once I have the katana is to swing the katana. Hey, Goku. So it makes evading the split head while also dealing damage like 100 times harder than just knife only. Trying to decide if I want to detour and grab some extra heals. We'll try to make do. Try and keep it to minimal. I also don't want to do too much running around. Well, never mind. I don't want to do too much running around before the katana. The point of whoosh percent is that you're moving around with the katana. So I kind of just want to, like, really beeline for it. And not run around on foot too much. Like, as minimally as possible. Oh my god. Also, there is a cheat, since I'm on Duck Station. There are cheats available, but none of them seem to work correctly the way I need them to. Like, there is a cheat to give myself all weapons, but I don't think it gives me the katana for some reason. I think it gives me, like, everything else. Because otherwise I could just try to cheat in the katana and use it straight from the beginning. God, having to run this gauntlet of air screamers with one hit away from death is, a little bit tense. Actually, go up the stairs, Harry, please. I just need this heal, so I'm not immediately one-shot by everything. Hey, Nora. With a cheated katana, wonder why Cheryl would start running at the start. If Harry kept chasing her, dashing with it. Cheryl, wait. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Watched a lot of kind of genres on Twitch, and one thing I noticed is that the horror genre, with Silent Hill fans and many others, are among the most passionate about the games they play and just chill. I've noticed that too. Because there's a lot of other games and genres and stuff that I tend to watch on Twitch. I watch a lot of fighting games. I watch a lot of Dark and Darker. I watch a couple Final Fantasy streamers, Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14 streamers. Final Fantasy is pretty chill usually. I would say Final Fantasy is one of the ones that's like most comparable. But horror game communities, Resident Evil and Silent Hill community, most of the streamers who tend to focus on a lot of horror, and most of the community that tends to be around horror streamers, they are usually, yeah, very chill, very passionate about their games, but otherwise very chill. Okay. Heal. Equip. Whoosh percent has begun. Have you figured out why it's called whoosh percent yet? Is there a whoosh stat? Feel free to keep count. I'm not keeping count. Just like last time, some people were asking like how many stabs it took to kill Splithead. I'm not counting. I'm not counting. Feel free to keep track of that yourself. Not in end-of-game stats, no. And it manipulates the in-game stats. Our walked and run, like the walk and run distance is going to be much, much lower than what it would be during a normal playthrough. Because doing this does not count as walking or running. Keep human locomotion. Hey, Purple Girl. Purple Girl, thank you so much for 113 months. It's good to see you. Great to catch you online, my friend. Not on much anymore myself. Do keep Twitch running in the background a lot, however. Hope all is well for you these days. Likewise, I hope you're doing well. Always glad to see you. But I definitely understand. I mean, I'm still on Twitch a whole lot, but even I'm not on as much as I used to. Be. That's just kind of how life is. Things change. Stuff sort of happens in waves. Don't always expect everyone to constantly be glued to Twitch or keeping track of every person online, you know. Gotta spend some time away from it. Gotta live life outside of the internet. Especially these days. I highly recommend it. Not living online quite so much. Oh boy. This dog is making... There we go. I'm just trying to ride the school bus. I need these health drinks. What is this life you talk about? I mean, that's exactly how I felt for most of my life for many, many years. I was like, I don't do anything else. I don't spend time with my family or friends in person anymore. All I would do is just stream as long as I could, and then watch people stream when I wasn't streaming myself, and then just go to sleep and do it all again. That was life for a long time. Now I've got a wife and a house, responsibilities and shit to do outside of sleep, wake up, play games. Life evolves. Life finds a way. No, no, no. You stay there. You stay on the ground. I mistimed. Get out of my asshole. Why do people even bother walking when we could swish everywhere? I know, right? Talk about a life hack. That's why everybody should own their own authentic Japanese katana. No. At least it's got some distance, and there is a little bit of finesse to it. Like, you can combo it. This is just holding down the attack button. Tapping the attack button gives you this. And if you delay tapping it in just the right way, you can kind of get just like 1 or 2 hits out of that combo. So you can use that to affect how far Harry moves. Bloober team watching the stream and realizing they got to delay Silent Hill 1 Remake to add this as a secret achievement. Bloober team, if you're watching, you have my full support and permission to reference Whoosh percent in the remake. Wonder where Harry learned to sword fight? Don't worry. The remake is going to tie into Silent Hill F, where the katana is actually the demon-possessed katana from Silent Hill F. It's like after everything happened in Silent Hill F, Hinako was like tired of Japan, so she moved to America. She brings along the possessed katana with her. So that's actually Hinako's house. The house with the Japanese room, style room, where you pick up the katana. That's going to be Hinako's house in the remake.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Yoshio, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Right. Almost halfway through school. course, split head is going to be a big challenge. One of the biggest hurdles in the entire Whoosh percent run. Any kind of melee only, like knife only, katana, pipe only, whatever. Split head's always going to be annoying. Come on. I need... Thank you. Shit. Shit. Yeah, just bullets. Let's go infirmary. Oh wait, that's gonna be on the other side. Hey, Shadow. What would I say is the most tedious playthrough I've ever done? And is this in the top 3? I mean, most tedious #1 spot is absolutely, unquestionably, 500 Zones of Book of Memories. Doing 100% Book of Memories is genuinely like, I'm not the same person from before and after I did that. It took part of my sanity that I will never ever get back. I'm trying to think what else. Silent Hill, I did UFO endings from scratch several years ago, where all the games that have UFO endings, I tried to show how much is required from a fresh file, like no saves, nothing already unlocked, how long does it take to get from a completely fresh start all the way to a UFO ending for every Silent Hill game. Silent Hill 3 UFO ending from scratch is pretty tedious because it just takes so long to get the kills necessary to unlock the Heather Beam, and then playing through again with the Heather Beam and getting enough kills with the Heather Beam before the apartments, which, I mean, isn't that bad, but killing like 200 enemies over the course of multiple playthroughs can be kind of tedious in Silent Hill 3. Knife only Silent Hill 1 is up there. Great Knife in Silent Hill 2 is not terrible. Out of all of the sort of gimmicky melee runs like Whoosh Percent and Knife Only and stuff, Great Knife Silent Hill 2 is not honestly that bad. I mean, it's still tedious and slow, but enemies in Silent Hill 2, even on hardest difficulty, are way less threatening than enemies in Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 3. 2 is just generally kind of an easier game, so it makes those kind of runs not so bad. But yeah, I would say, like, Book of Memories, like, I would much rather, if we're talking about tedious activities, something that I would not want to do again, or would be very reluctant to ever do again. Book of Memories 500 Zones. And, probably Silent Hill 1 Knife Only Hard Mode. Do we count watching Ascension? Does watching Ascension count? Because that's pretty fucking bad. I don't like sitting through Ascension. That feels very tedious. Yeah, like sitting down and watching the entire thing. Shit. I need to turn off auto aim. So we're not automatically being pulled towards enemies when we're just trying to, like, move through a room. Thought you enjoyed taking 4 hours to take down that first air screamer? I mean, it only took 4 hours the first time. Now that I've kind of got my method down, it takes like 20 minutes. It always takes me a few tries to lock into that timing. Oh, come on. Ugh. Gotta reset. I did a strafe. I'm not actually resetting. I'm sorry. Please. As an avid Souls game fan, I've always gotten the impression there's some unexpected mechanical overlap with Silent Hill. Only ever played the remake, so I can't really advocate that for sure, but the revelation about timing made that click again for me. I mean, I would not say so. As somebody who has played and finished every Souls game and most Souls-born type games as well, I still need to finish Elden Ring. But everything else I've played. But just because a game has combat and precise timing, I would not say it's a significant overlap, you know? There's more to it than that. If you're gonna make any kind of comparison, like Silent Hill F comes the closest. Silent Hill F has a lot of more Souls-like combat mechanics, where you do have like perfect dodges and parries. You have your weak and heavy attacks that are like assigned to separate buttons. But the majority of Silent Hill games, yeah, it's not a whole lot of mechanical overlap with something like Souls. Outside of like real basic stuff, like you said, timing, like that's anything. Fucking fighting games. Street Fighter has moves that need to be timed. Does that make it Souls-like? Still waiting on the Expedition 33 stream to see the parry in action. Yeah, sorry. I've been wanting to play it for a long time, but dude, it's so difficult for me to convince myself to play something on stream that is A, new, and that I'm completely blind to. Because inevitably, no matter, I could put it in big fat bold letters right on the screen. No spoilers, no backseating. And it'll inevitably happen and ruin my mood and make me just not even want to play that game anymore or stream anymore. Because that's what always happens when I play games blind. And B, I genuinely feel guilty just trying to, like, play games for my own enjoyment anymore. Because I'm always like, oh, people don't want to see me play XYZ. They want to see Silent Hill. So I should just do Silent Hill. All the time. Anytime I'm going to go live. And anytime I try to play anything else because it's just what I feel like playing, I genuinely feel like an overwhelming sense of guilt. That I'm so selfishly playing games that I want to play instead of what most people in the audience want to see. Having chat closed. But the problem is I like the chat interaction. That's a main reason why I stream. If I wanted to just have a completely blind playthrough where I didn't interact with chat at all, I just record myself playing the game offline and just upload it as a YouTube video. Like, I want to be able to share the experience with you guys. I want to be able to stream it live. I just don't want the people who are like, why do you have that equipped when you should have this equipped? Why are you fighting this guy before you fight that guy? Why are you going to this area before you finish getting all the super secret things in this other area that you didn't even know existed until I mentioned them? And that's the stuff that drives me fucking bonkers. The people who can actually just, like, sit and enjoy the stream and talk about things without them being unsolicited advice or flat out spoilers. Like, that's always the good part. That's the part that I and many others want to experience. But unfortunately, it only takes, like, one person to fuck that up. Why have I not banned you yet? Me when I encounter such people. What sucks, Ed, is that, speaking from experience, I've been streaming on Twitch since 2011. So 15 years of Twitch experience here. Even people who have been part of the community for years, where they've never given me any sort of indications that they would be annoying with spoilers or backseating or anything like that. The one time that I play a game that's new to me, there will be inevitably somebody who's been a part of the community for a long time who starts spoiling and backseating. And that's what always sucks too, is not just the, like, why have I not banned you yet? It's that I feel like a disappointed dad, you know, where I'm like, really? You've been here this long and you're gonna fuck up my experience like this? Because I've had to ban people who had been following for, like, years. Just because I try to play something blind, and the thing I don't understand, it takes less effort to not backseat or spoil. It takes substantially less effort to just keep your hands to yourself and not touch your keyboard. And people just absolutely cannot help themselves. I have to let everyone know I know everything about this game. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Go do your own stream where you talk about everything in depth. That's what I do. I don't go into other people's Silent Hill streams and start talking about everything I know about the series. Especially if somebody's playing it for the first fucking time. Exactly, temporal. And that's usually what it is. When it's like somebody from the community who's been following for a long time, they genuinely feel like they're helping. They watch me struggle, they watch me die against something multiple times or go the wrong way multiple times, and they're like, "Oh man, this is such a struggle. I want to help." And they just don't understand that the struggle is part of the game. Like, that is part of the experience. I want to struggle. It's more entertaining to watch somebody struggle rather than just be told where everything is and how to do everything. There are moments that you only get from an initial playthrough where you don't look anything up and you just have to struggle. You have to figure out how things work. The struggle is nature's way. Okay, 6 health drinks, 3 med kits, 1 ampule. Going into this boss fight. Oh boy. We're going to be here for a while. This may genuinely be the rest of the stream. Is Nub going to spend the money on a plane ticket to Japan to see the Silent Hill art show? Hell no. You think I have money to spend on plane tickets? Brother, I have medical debt. I have absolutely zero expendable income. Because I dared to have health issues and live in the United States. Like, I can't even afford new tires for the car that we have, along with the gas money to, like, visit my family in Texas. Or get all my Silent Hill and game collection stuff that's still there. Cornered here. Never considered how long this boss must take melee only. Yeah, we did it. We did it a couple weeks ago with just the knife on hard mode, and I think it was like 35 minutes or something. Takes a lot longer with whoosh percent. Damn. Takes a lot longer with whoosh percent. People don't understand how difficult hard split head with knife is until they try it. It's brutal, yeah. And it's something that I've like practiced in the past, but I never did my full like hard mode knife only run until a few weeks ago. I'd practiced little bits and pieces of it, but yeah, it's even for somebody who's got lots and lots of hours of experience kind of playing the game, doing challenge runs, doing speed runs. Knife only in this game is insane, mainly because of this guy right here. I died to bump damage. I didn't realize I'd already taken that much. The bump damage is so, like, it's so hard to track. Because sometimes you're getting hit multiple times, but you only see Harry stagger, like, once. Like that? I just got hit, like, 8 times in a row. Now we're just getting bullied. It's not frame rate. It's not frame rate. Same thing happens on PS1, PS2, PS3, PSTV, DuckStation with enhancements turned on, DuckStation with everything turned off, which is what I'm playing right now. Frame rate has no impact on it. Trust me. I've tested. How powerful is Katana compared to rifle and gun? Katana does really good damage. Like, it's somewhat comparable to a shotgun blast at close range. The problem is, it doesn't really matter what weapon you use against, like, split head, because the way the damage modifiers work, if you're hitting anywhere but the inside of the mouth, it doesn't really matter what weapon you're using. It all essentially does like 1 damage. Oh, I'm dead. Split head boss shouldn't be too hard, just need to figure out your routine. It's hard to have a routine when you're only allowed to move by swinging the katana. That is what makes this so much harder than knife only. It's not that the katana does less damage or anything, but I'm only allowed to move by swinging the katana. I'm not allowed to strafe or walk or run or back hop or anything else. If I could move normally, this would be much easier. But that is not what whoosh percent is. Whoosh percent means Katana is only allowed for movement. Not just my only weapon, but my only method of moving. That's what makes Whoosh percent so hard. You're super limited on how you can move. If you make a category, are you allowed to name it? I mean, it depends on the community. Katana only Whoosh percent is not really recognized as an official category. Dude, getting pushed around is fucking me up. More than anything else. Like, getting pushed into a bad spot like this, there's no getting out of that. The attack animation's already happened while Harry's getting up off his ass. Getting pushed by this boss when you're doing Whoosh percent, where you can't maneuver, like, there's so many situations where there's just nothing you can really do. That was close. That was not even close. Like, close to killing the boss? Not even slightly. This will be like a 25 to 30 minute fight, at least. Split head is the bane of Whoosh percent. Split head is the bane of any melee only. See, we can get those nice hits on the inside of its mouth, like right as it's starting to close its mouth. You would think that's enough to give you the damage multiplier for hitting it inside the mouth. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. like that should count as an inside mouth shot for extra damage, but it does not. I need to get out of this corner. No. I needed to be, like, slightly turned to the right there. And I didn't turn quite enough. Am I going to get and stream Townfall when it releases, or wait for a sale to stream it? I cannot wait. Like, I don't mean that as in, like, I'm so excited. Like, I can't wait. Like, I'm a Silent Hill content creator. I have to pre-order the deluxe edition so that I can play it 2 days early before the release date. Because if I wait, literally everything will be spoiled. Like, everything is going to be up on YouTube in less than 24 hours of September 22nd. If I hope to stand any sort of a chance for my playthroughs to have viewership and for my content to matter, I have to do it day one as early as possible. So we're pre-ordering the deluxe edition. We're playing it on the 22nd. Dad Jokes, thank you so much for the gift subs. Very much appreciate that. Enjoy the subs, everyone who got one. Say thank you to Dad Jokes. I can't look over at the names right now because I'm fighting for my life. But thank you so much, Dad Jokes. Man, every time it randomly decides to change directions, it always rushes me and head bumps me. And I'm staggered, and I don't have enough time to ready the katana and whoosh away. Notice that the knife and even katana would make stutter animations. When that happens and the knife katana connects with split head, does that do multiple hits instead of one? Yes. So anytime you're hearing the hitbox, not hitbox, but there's like a hit sound effect where it's like and you kind of hear it overlap with itself, that is indeed counting as multiple hits. It's not super consistent, so there's not like a strategy Like that, like that. So you hear how the katana was like whooshing many times, like the sound effect was overlaid. So those would have been multiple consecutive hits, but Splithead has invulnerability when it's retracting from that attack, when it's in that animation. So the katana was trying to hit multiple times, but the target was not able to be hit. Ugh. Like that. That was multiple hits. That was multiple hits. So sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky with the weird collision. That was going to be multiple hits, but it was invulnerable. No. You have to be really precise with the angles when you swing. Because if you're at the right angle, you just kind of slip out of the end of Splithead's mouth. But if you're facing just a little bit too, like, parallel, you still get caught. Swung too many times. I need to be careful. I shouldn't be getting greedy for so many 2 hits. I should just be doing individual slashes and then reacting to how Splithead moves. Like, it's hard for me to not want to be greedy in this fight because I know how long it takes. I just want it to be done. Why did my first swing not propel me? This looks less frustrating than knife only, does it? Does maneuvering around Splithead using only swinging a katana to slide forward seem less frustrating? Like, knife only is less damage, but I have all mobility available to me. Like, if I was just doing katana only, where I could still move around, walk, run, back hop, side strafe, all that good stuff, then yes, this would be way less frustrating than knife only. But because I'm limited to only using katana swings for movement, it's actually a lot more frustrating. I think a lot of people take for granted how important your movement options are in Silent Hill 1. Like, I feel like because the tank controls and stuff are awkward for most people, I feel like most people playing these games casually never even really utilize like strafing and quick turning and stuff like that. Most people just hold down forward. They hold down up on the D-pad and play the entire game just doing that. So, I don't know. Trying to play the game and limiting all of your movement options to just point in a direction and swing and hope you go far enough, hope you get the attack that you were trying to do, is way more detrimental than just like using the knife. Doing weak damage and not having a lot of range, like, yeah, that sucks. It makes things challenging. But limited movement options is way more challenging to me. Got him. Got him. That was actually so lucky. We got so many multi-hits. We got so many multi-hits in. That went by way faster than I was expecting it to. We just got some really lucky hits in.
That?
Where are we at? We're in the green. We've got 3, 3, and 1. By the way, something else compared to when we did knife only a couple of weeks ago. You may remember knife only. We skipped some bosses using an out of bounds trick called the romper skip. We can't do that in Whoosh Percent. I mean, it might be possible, but trying to position Harry in the right spot and get the romper where it needs to be when you can only move like this, it's either impossible or next to impossible. Not worth trying to do. Which means we will not be skipping we're not doing romper skip. So we're not skipping twin feeler. We're not skipping float stinger. We're doing all bosses. And twin feeler is a really tough fight with Katana only. All bosses good plus. I'm trying to think ending wise. Probably not good plus. Because there's not going to really be any reason for us to do the Kaufman side quest. We might go for amusement park skip, but even doing that with Whoosh Percent is kind of hard. Trying to get to the the larval stalker and using the Aglophatus on it is very hard to do with just Katana swings. But yeah, we'll see. At the very least, we're not skipping twin feeler or float stinger or anything like that. There's not going to be any real major skips. We might be able to do amusement park skip to avoid fighting Sybil, but that'll be about it. Damn it. You gotta, like, time all these attacks. Ei Jutsu. Ammo. ammo doesn't do me any good. Hey, what's up, Hank? Yep, sword movement challenge. Whoosh percent is a go. This is a nice change from the speedruns you used to do. I mean, I still do speedruns from time to time. But that's why I started doing the random Silent Hill playthrough wheels. Just to make it a little bit more interesting. Do some stuff that I don't do as often anymore. Do some new things with some games that I haven't ever done before. Like a couple weeks ago when we did hard mode knife only, I've practiced parts of this game knife only, but I'd never done a full playthrough start to finish. So that was a first for me. When we did melee only Homecoming with no knife. Melee only, no knife allowed. That's the first time I'd ever done that for Homecoming. Chat's gonna be hearing this whooshing in their sleep. How do you think I feel? This is my third time doing whoosh percent, third or fourth. Unlike knife only hard mode, I've actually done this before. Were you the one ringing that bell? Were you in here reading your Bible? Bum, 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 bum. I love the music here. Bum, 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 bum. Boom, bam, boom. Gonna go grab some In-N-Out just so you can enjoy some car AC. I feel you. He said it, we all get fries. Bring back enough fries for everyone. Not a fan of In-N-Out? Well, are you a fan of Konami Burger? Hold on. I'm almost there. We're almost to Konami Burger. There we go. See? Konami Burger. Get a Konami Burger instead of In-N-Out. I can't wait to see Konami Burger in Silent Hill 1 Remake. They'll probably make it like Happy Burger in Silent Hill 2 Remake, where it was there. Well, technically it was Queen Burger, but it was there. You just couldn't go in the original. And then Remake changed it to like an explorable location. Harry. EI Jutsu the dogs. Thank you.
Hold it.
Don't worry. He blocked it. block the bullet with my katana. Just like Deadpool. Put me in a rubber room with a little girl. Her name was Laura. She called me a fart face. She made me crazy. Whoa, careful. You're gonna start giving a certain somebody on Twitter you're baiting them into theory posting. Let's see. We do want to go ahead and collect the Aglophatus, even if we can't execute the amusement park skip. It'll still be easier to just use the Aglophatus on Sybil in the fight, rather than fight her outright. He's a janitor that was also the director and lived in Silent Hill. Yeah, of course. A QA tester from Bloober Team liked the post, so clearly it must be canon. I might not be able to hit them. The bugs are really, really particular when you're trying to hit them with the downward katana swing. Like, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's just really tight timing, I guess. Timing and positioning. Like that. See, sometimes it'll happen when I'm, like, not even really trying. Can't believe Minecraft ripped off Silent Hill? Yeah, creepers. You know what the stupidest part about that is? How fucked up search engines are now. If you do like a Google search for Silent Hill enemies, it lists creepers as a Silent Hill enemy and shows a picture of Minecraft creepers. But that's the name for the roach enemies. They're creepers. bum 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 bum. Bang bang bong. Bang bang bong bong. Bang bang bong. Bang bang bong. Bum 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 bum. Bam ba bam ba bam 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 bong. Bum 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 bum. Bam ba bam ba bam 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 bong. We're in room 302. Bam 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 bam. Give me that. Is this not the room? No. Bam, 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 bam. Silent Hill Red Square. Yeah. The classic Silent Hill 2 reference. Put in Silent Hill 1. I love the soundtrack for the hospital. The old washing machine track. I mean, this game, considering the time of my life when I played it, this game soundtrack is genuinely what probably got me really interested and into industrial, you know, a lot of industrial music in general. How old was I when I first played Silent Hill 1? I was 11. Fuck, you make me feel old. Sorry, Terry. I'm sorry, Terry, but it's true. I was born in 88. I was 11 in 99. I had just turned 11 that January. And then the game came out like a month later. Silent Hill was a belated birthday gift. Because usually, as a kid growing up, I would usually get my birthday gifts like the month after my actual birthday. Because my dad died when I was very young. So it was just my mom supporting our family, me, my sister, and my sister's daughter. So Christmas was priority for the family. Whoops, I need to go to first floor. But yeah, Christmas was priority. And that usually meant that my birthday being in January meant like the actual day of my birthday, I wouldn't really get anything. Like we would have like a cake and I might have like a small gift. But anytime my mom was planning on getting me like a new game or something that was kind of more expensive like that, it usually had to wait till the following month's paycheck. But that worked out. It just happened to work out in such a way that my birthday was in January, and then Silent Hill came out that following February. But I guess I was also not your typical 11-year-old when I got around to playing this game. When I was 11, I was a little fucking punk. I was skateboarding with my friends every day and listening to punk and metal and watching R-rated horror movies, reading Stephen King books. I was already, like, it was 1999. Like, we'd already had multiple Resident Evil games, Alone in the Dark. There was, like, already a bunch of horror stuff. Like, I was already a little horror fan. Listening to music and watching movies and reading books and playing games that I probably shouldn't have been exposed to leading up to the age of 11, but you know what? I turned out just fine. The internet sure was a different place back then. That is definitely true as well. The internet was just like a separate place that you would go to. It wasn't something that permeated into every waking moment of your existence yet. It was like, oh, I'm going to sit on the family computer and go on the internet. I'm going to post in some forums and chat with some strangers in Yahoo chat. But, like, that would be an hour or two out of my day. And then the rest of the day, I was not connected to the internet. I was not on the computer. Or if I was on the computer, I wasn't always online. It's not like it is now, where everything is connected to the internet, and it's constant. It's every moment of your existence. I kind of like it when the internet was just like a place that you would sit down and experience for a little bit, but ultimately still be mostly disconnected from it. Is this the ampule room? No. I think I forgot. I forgot the plate of the queen. Go back down and grab it. Give. Only old people are in this chat? True. True. I mean, I am playing a video game that's 27 years old now. What's up, Steve-O? How's life treating you? I continue flailing wildly against the systems designed to destroy me, and I continue to exist another day. How are you? Bang, bong, bang, bong, bang, go bang, go bang. Bang, bong, bong, bang, bong, bang, go bang, go bang, 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 bong. Wonder if Chronos DLC will have any new music? I don't know. I'm assuming you mean now that Arcadius is not part of Bloober. Kronos is getting a DLC? It is, yes. I don't remember the release date, though. Isn't that soon-ish? Or did we get a release date for the Kronos DLC? I remember the announcement. Hey, Misu. Title makes me wish there was a way to swing the sword so much that it turns into a propeller. And Harry can just fly away. I mean, that would be nice. He's not quite that skilled with it. All we can do is slide forward a few feet at a time. There we go. Ammo, but no health. Still can't believe you burnt your copy of Book of Memories. Play every zone of it and let me know your mental state at the end. After 500 zones of that bullshit. There's a reason why my video going over Book of Memories, all the zones, is still to this day the only footage of every zone in the game. That was part of the reason why I wanted to do it, because there was like barely any Book of Memories gameplay footage, and there was no footage at all for the zones like past your first like 30 to 50. Imagine if you played it in the Vita and not on PSTV. I did play on the Vita for some of it. Not on stream. On stream, I had to play on PSTV for the capture. But aside from just the 500 zones, I also played off stream, repeating zones that I had already done because I was playing with Rachel. Because Rachel played Book of Memories just for fun. Didn't even stream it. She just played it. So whenever I was just playing with Rachel off stream, we used to play on our Vitas. Rachel specifically gave me a Vita for Book of Memories for us to play together. So even though the majority of my experience for Book of Memories was on the PSTV, I did play a lot of it on Vita as well.
What's this?
Pretty sure this is live
Looks
Sekiro
like someone's
gameplay.
been here.
No, this is Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Rules of nature. Ba-da-ba-da-da-bum-bum. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. They're doing work on the phone systems and keep getting dumb shit happening. Like fucking with your calls while you're mid-call with a customer or something. Did I get these? No, I did not. Back from stuff. How's it all going? We are whooshing right along. My hand is starting to cramp, so I'm gonna let this cutscene play and do some hand stretches.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire.
Welcome back, Cubo.
Childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Liz Momorsky was great to talk to at the video game show last year. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of you, Yoshio.
The other church in this town, that is your destination.
I wish I could afford to go out
This
to all
is
these
beyond
conventions and
my
stuff
abilities. Only you
while the OG
can
voice
stop
actors are still doing
power.
cons.
Have you not seen the crest marked
Hopefully I
on the
can
ground all over
figure it
town?
out before they
That's what I saw in the school.
retire from doing convention rounds.
What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
It's so strange being a fan where all this Dahlia dialogue makes sense when it's supposed to be entirely nonsensical on a first playthrough. I mean, that's one of the fun parts about replaying Silent Hill games, is typically on a first playthrough, a lot of what's going on is very much just mysterious in the dark. It takes a lot of playthroughs to kind of like grasp everything. And it does it in a natural way. It's not like Silent Hill F, where they specifically withhold information until follow-up playthroughs. These games, the originals, they don't like withhold any information. Everything is there. It just takes longer to piece it together because it's not super obvious. Didn't like the Silent Hill F method? Me neither. Especially because none of the stuff that was in the follow-up playthroughs of Silent Hill F felt like necessary to be in a New Game Plus playthrough. A lot of the notes and things that were added on your subsequent playthroughs very easily could have been in your first playthrough, and it would not have altered the story or like how you perceive the story at all. Like a lot of the information that is withheld did not need to be. Now, certain things like cutscenes changing, having a cutscene change what happens from New Game to New Game Plus, that makes more sense. You know, you can only show the cutscene one way. So it's hard to condense some of that information into stuff that would be in all available on a first time playthrough. But a lot of the notes and like extra things like that, man, all of that stuff could have been in the game on a first playthrough, no problem. There was so much stuff that was withheld, like, for no other reason other than to support the gimmick of you have to play it 5 times to get the whole story. Got him. Buddy gave up flying. Bro got tired and decided to chase me on foot. Gasp. Also very fond of F, just don't like how they handled the replays. Same. Silent Hill F, like, it definitely grew on me. Anybody who watched my first playthrough knows that I was really frustrated with it at the end of my first playthrough. Subsequent playthroughs, it definitely grew on me. But yeah, I still have a lot of criticisms about F, despite, you know, enjoying the game overall. But the connections to the rest of the series could have very easily been made a little bit stronger, a little more meaningful, rather than just like, oh, this might be White Claudia. Oh, this might be a Glophatus. We won't say it outright. Like, a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of altering the way that information was presented. It could have been much more meaningfully attached to the rest of the Silent Hill series. And it's somewhat frustrating that it wasn't. The combat, for how much the game is focused on combat and action, I didn't feel like the combat mechanics were polished enough. Like, if it was like any other Silent Hill game where the combat wasn't as often or necessary, it would have been just fine. But because it forces you into so much combat, and it's much less avoidable. You really feel the shortcomings of the combat system. Stuff that could have been polished out and made to feel and flow a little bit better. And then, yeah, hiding so much of the story unnecessarily behind multiple playthroughs was a really bizarre decision. I get that Ryukishi comes from visual novels, primarily manga and visual novels, so I kind of understand the mentality behind it, but it just did not translate well into what Silent Hill F was trying to do from a story perspective. Rules of nature, and they run when the sun comes up, and their lives on the line. Hit in. God, I hate the hitbox on this fucking worm. Hit him! Please! Yeah, please. This is why we skip this boss on knife only, by the way. You see how hard it is to hit, even with the katana? It's actually literally impossible to hit it with just the knife. Please, Harry. Yes. Glad Silent Hill isn't dead anymore. It's nice that we're getting life in the series again. It's nice that we're actually getting new games and new experiences. I just wish the Silent Hill games still had something, anything to do with Silent Hill itself. We spent decades and multiple games establishing that Silent Hill is a special place, only for it to not be special anymore. That, you know, Silent Hill things can just happen anywhere. As long as somebody has trauma, darkness in their hearts, the actual physical location doesn't matter anymore. The cult doesn't matter anymore. The town doesn't matter anymore. So it's like, yeah, it's cool that the series is alive. We're getting games that have Silent Hill in the title. But how much of it has anything to do with Silent Hill? Like, we're just getting psychological horror games, which is cool. I'm a horror fan. I like getting good psychological horror games like Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F is a great psychological horror action game. But it barely has anything to do with the rest of the series. It's not like they have to worry about continuity. That's why, to me, the excuse that we've heard from, like, Matoyo Okamoto, the producer and stuff of the current games, the excuse that they had to evolve the franchise and, you know, it would be too stale having everything still focused in the town after all these years. I don't buy that. I don't buy that excuse. It's a magical fucking town. It can take on the appearance of anything. It can take on multiple appearances to multiple people simultaneously. But apparently that idea is just too constrictive. That's just too creatively suffocating, having a magical town that can do whatever the fuck you want it to. Having a magical cult that can basically do whatever you need them to do. But apparently it's just too stifling to have this town with limitless possibilities always be the setting. Give me a fucking break. It's a creature of chaos, Castlevania reference. Even using Castlevania. So because you mentioned Castlevania, let's even use Castlevania as a reference. Castlevania wanted to change up its location. So they made some games that were set in Japan. Do you know how they explained that it was in Japan? Dracula could just magically move his castle wherever the fuck he wanted. Why can't Silent Hill do that? Couldn't we have Silent Hill do that? Like, if we're really determined to have Silent Hill in other places, couldn't we literally have the town manifest in different locations? I mean, we've already somewhat seen that. That's already kind of been established in 3 and 4. Parts of the town can manifest in other areas outside of the town itself. Yeah, Homecoming. Homecoming had Alex just magically teleporting across the lake to Silent Hill. Really hoping Townfall has some cool ideas. I mean, so do I. I want it to be a good game. I want it to be creative and interesting and scary. Not just a bunch of rehashed old ideas, you know? We should have had Hinako teleport to Silent Hill and be traumatized? Unironically, yes. I think that would have been amazing. Imagine Hinako teleporting from early 1960s Japan to early 1960s America and seeing like a hippie commune where everyone is peace and love and equality. And she's like, what? You get to just live how you want? Your parents and society don't just like decide for you what your purpose in life is supposed to be? Townfall looks good aesthetically, so hopefully the story's good. Visually and from a sound standpoint, Townfall looks and sounds great so far. Except for the other worlds. The other world being just obnoxious red. I'm not a fan of that. But otherwise... God, stop. Oh, still gotta hit it. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Terry. I'm a big fan of Shattered Memories. I'm all for having some like weird non-standard Silent Hill stories, you know? How about a game around Brams? That's what Shattered Memories started as, actually. Cold Heart, before Cold Heart, Shattered Memories went through multiple iterations. So, when Sam Barlow first was conceptualizing a game, Bram's PD was the first version. So it was going to be about a police officer from Bram's, just like Sybil, not Sybil herself, but one of the officers that she worked with, who was traumatized by something that happened on the job and was seeing the like police therapist for their PTSD. So that was the first idea that they had. It was going to be Bram's PD. It's all about this police officer with trauma who sees a therapist. That idea did not get the green light from Konami, but Sam Barlow really liked that idea of therapy, mixed, like the therapy sessions mixed in with, flashbacks and other bits of gameplay. So then Bram's PD became Silent Hill Cold Heart, which was going to be more of a typical Silent Hill story with a female protagonist, but it was still going to have the therapy sessions, but it was also going to be partly survival, where because of the extreme cold and snow and ice and everything, you were going to have to like try to find warmth and clothing and stuff like that. That idea got canceled or didn't get the green light. And Konami, so Sam Barlow at that point was getting frustrated because he knew he had a great game idea, but Konami was just not giving him the green light to make it. So Sam Barlow and his team went and looked through Konami's files to find all of the projects that they already had a green light for, so that if they pitched it, they knew Konami would say yes. And one of the things that Konami had greenlit was a Silent Hill 1 remake. So they basically repackaged their ideas from Bram's PD and Cold Heart into a quote-unquote remake of Silent Hill 1, just to get the okay from Konami. And that's how we got Shattered Memories. Okay, I might need auto aim back on for this fight. Yes. It makes maneuvering a little bit more awkward, but it makes hits a little bit more consistent. Yeah, boy. We just needed that auto aim for a little bit. Turn it back off since we got to traverse the world again after this. Boom, 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 boom. Ow. Ow. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Wait. I'm in the wrong spot. I think. Go lay down, Vinny. Here's the evil version of Konami Burger. You can tell it's evil because they misspelled burger in the other world. Berger. It was spelled normally when you're here in the fog world. Okay, there's just cats. Right. I'm doing stuff out of order in my head. I just need to go right here to Alchemilla. You grew up with all brothers, so you weren't around girls much until you were married? It was the exact opposite for me. My dad died when I was still very young. So most of my time growing up, I was around my mom, my sister, and my sister's 10 years older than me. And she had a daughter uh, when she was pretty young. So growing up was mostly just like my mom, my sister,
Harry!
my niece, and me.
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
Gotta give my
The
hand
road's
another
blocked.
break. Let this cutscene play.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No, somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared, and I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
From what I heard, I think Team Silent had some women developers too. There were several women. There were many women involved with the Silent Hill development. The women designed Heather, basically. Even beyond that, you had people like Naoko Sato, who did the enemy designs in this game. A lot of people just always contribute everything to Masahiro Ito, but like the nurses, the doctors, trying to remember what else, but like the creatures in Silent Hill 1 are like 50-50 between Naoko Sato and Masahiro Ito. And then, yeah, by the time you get to Silent Hill 3, there were several women on the design team who were assisting Shingo Yuri. They were assisting Shingo Yuri with the character designs and like the type of fashion that Heather should be wearing, what her hair should look like, those kind of details. You had people like Usuda-san, Hiroko Usuda, who did a lot of the environments and background assets for Silent Hill 3 and 4. Got him. Wasn't there a version where Heather was dubbed over to say, "I'll get you, you bitch"? Yeah, that was the HD collection. HD collection had several script changes compared to the original dialogue. And one of those was having Heather say, "I'll get you, you bitch," instead of the original, "I'll get you for this." Wish I was misremembering that. That's so silly. Yep. There was no reason for that change. There were some other script changes too that like completely changed the meanings of some sentences. When Claudia is describing her idea of paradise when she first meets Heather, and she calls it a paradise despoiled by mankind. For the HD collection, they changed it to unspoiled, a paradise unspoiled by mankind. Despoiled and unspoiled do not mean the same thing. Despoiling in the context that spoils, think of like spoils of war, like taking good things that do not belong to you, taking resources away from someone else or some other place. A paradise despoiled by mankind means that the paradise was there and had been ruined, plundered by humanity. Changing that to HD collection, where she says a paradise unspoiled by mankind, means like a perfect, never been touched by humanity type of paradise. It literally completely changes the meaning of the sentence. And there was no reason to change it. What's worse is, you've got a large subsect of fans, maybe not a large subsect of fans, but there is a lot of fans in the Silent Hill community who are fine with those changes, because Jeremy Blaustein, who was the original translator and localizer who worked with Team Silent for the original games, he signed off on those changes. Basically, Tom Hewlett showed him and probably paid him, and Jeremy was just kind of like, yeah, fuck it, whatever, who cares? But that gave reason for a lot of fans to be like, oh, you're just being nitpicky about the script. The original translator said it was fine, so it must be fine. Changes were silly, but his treatment was awful. Oh, I totally agree. Like, Tom did not do himself any favors because he was publicly, directly making so many statements that were very easily misconstrued. Like, he put his foot straight in his mouth so many times when it was not necessary at all. Like, HD collection got announced. People were worried about the new voices. So Tom was like, I'm going to go on the big Silent Hill forum and talk to the fans directly. And in one of his forum posts, he was like, come on, guys, we can all agree that the voices in Silent Hill 2 suck, right? Am I right, fellow gamers? Those voices suck. It's good. It's a good thing that we're redoing them. Yeah, that's not the way. That is not the way. Going straight into the beehive and kicking shit around. But he definitely did not deserve the level of hate that he got. Like, whether you like his direction or production on any of the games he was involved with, criticize the game, criticize the product, but don't go after the human. Like, don't go after the person who at the end of the day was just doing their job, basically just doing whatever Konami told him to do. Blame Konami always. I mean, there's not any one single source to blame for, you know, things like HD Collection and any of the games that you might not like. But, like, I don't know. You've got to learn to separate it. You've got to learn to separate it and judge the game and not be so harsh on the people. Wasn't Mary McGlynn the voice director for Silent Hill 2 and 3? For HD Collection, she was the director, as well as the voice of Mary and Maria. But yeah, she was also the director, because she had a lot of experience doing dubs, because that's essentially what HD Collection was. It was an English dub for a game that was already in English. But Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, she also uses the stage name, or she used to, Melissa Williamson. And under that name, as well as under the Mary McGlynn name, she directed the English dubs for a lot of anime. Which is probably part of the reason so much of the HD Collection sounds like a bad anime dub. They also hired a bunch of primarily anime dub actors. It's basically a Persona actor reunion for HD Collection. Wouldn't any true fan of Silent Hill have just quit Konami if they really had an integrity problem with what they were doing with the HD Collection? I don't know. Like, you can't be so quick to judge another person's position in life. Like, okay, take me for example. I am a very critical, long-time, die-hard Silent Hill fan who's been around obsessing over these games for the last 27 years now. If Konami called me right now and said, we're making Silent Hill 5, you can be in charge of it. Like, you can be the main producer, but you're not going to be allowed to have any creative input. So we'll pay you enough money to be part of this project that you can pay off all your medical debt. You can get caught up on your mortgage. You can ensure that your family can afford groceries and that your pets can get vet care and that you can see a dentist for the first time in years. But you got to work on Silent Hill 5, and it's going to not be what you, as a fan, think Silent Hill should be. Would I still do that job? Absolutely. 100 fucking %. Give me however many years until the NDA wears off, and I can talk openly and honestly about my experience and what I think of it. But if I was offered a job and stability and a chance to work on a game that's part of a franchise that I've been enjoying for almost 30 years, even if the game is, gonna be a piece of shit that doesn't fall in line with what I think the series should be, I would absolutely still take that job. I would not just quit over integrity. If it meant I could get medical care that I need, dental care that I need, and work on part of this franchise that I love. Now think about how many people are in that same position, working on Silent Hill games right now. I'm sure there's a lot of people in Bloober Team who saw a lot of the changes and things that were happening with the remake, and they were probably like, there's no way we can do this. Like, I don't feel right changing this or doing this. But you've got to do what your boss tells you to do. Now, That's not to say that I don't have morals of any kind. Let me clarify, like, opportunity to work on a Silent Hill game and pay my bills and, you know, alleviate some medical debt and things like that. That would be one thing. I have quit jobs in the past over morality issues. So, let me tell you about the time that I quit the best paying job I've ever had. This was about... Man, I was 21. So, 17 years ago. I was looking for work, and I went through a temp agency and got a job in a warehouse for a place called the Jewelry Channel. This was back in the day where there were still online shopping channels. They would just show you a bunch of random stuff on TV, and you call a number, and you buy the thing that you see on TV. So I worked in a warehouse where we packed and shipped out the things that people bought on the Jewelry Channel. The shopping network or home shopping network. Exactly. It was just like that, except the one I worked for was called the Jewelry Channel. It was just jewelry. So I was working in the warehouse, packing orders, shipping stuff out, printing labels, that kind of stuff. I worked my way up all the way to the warehouse overnight manager. So I worked my way from that temporary warehouse position all the way up to a manager position in the course of about a little less than a year, about 10 months. Was some of the jewelry low-grade ass? It was, but that was not where the morality stepped in for me. Because I was a manager, the owners and the other managers started talking to me more about kind of the behind-the-scenes stuff, right? So the Jewelry Channel had a lot of different jewelry. Stazen, thank you so much for the gift subs. Thank you so much. Tass Runner, Melkter, Phoenix, Cosmo Krista, and Unlamax. Enjoy those subs. The stick bugs, courtesy of Staz. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Much love. But, so working at the Jewelry Channel, they had a lot of jewelry. Some of it was actually like decent and high-priced, valuable stuff, but a lot of it was just kind of junk. But the primary stone that the Jewelry Channel had access to was tanzanite. I don't know how many of you know what tanzanite is, but that was like the main stone that we specialized in at the Jewelry Channel. So tanzanite is sourced from India, usually at essentially the cost of slave labor. Like people who are working for less than living wages, if any wages at all. A lot of them worked for like food vouchers, spending their whole lives mining for tanzanite in India. And I got a call one morning where I was sitting there, had just got into work, and I got a call from one of the owners, and they were telling me that the prices were going to need to be updated for all of our merchandise that had tanzanite because the value was about to go up. And I was like, how do you know the value for tanzanite's about to go up? And the owner said, there was a mine collapse. Early this morning in India, one of the mines collapsed. And it's going to take years to clear it out and access it. So there's now one less workable mine for tanzanite. So the value for tanzanite goes up, and the jewelry channel makes more money bumping up the prices on tanzanite jewelry. Because people literally died. People were injured or lost their lives. People who were working for basically food, and barely enough to survive. So our prices would go up. That was when it crossed that moral line for me. And I quit the best paying job I've ever had. Definitely made the right choice, Nub. That sounds awful. I mean, I have days like right now. Rachel and I both have tooth problems, and we can't afford to see a dentist. I've got medical debt from health issues over the past year that I can't pay, with creditors harassing me every day because I choose morals over money. So, I mean, I wouldn't change the choice that I made, but it's hard to convince myself that it was necessarily the smart choice or the right choice. And the thing that really sucks about it, and this kind of needs to be something that everybody should be more aware of. The only reason I didn't quit that job sooner was because I just didn't know. I didn't realize the extent of how awful things were until I had climbed the ladder in this company and got to a point where I was a manager, and they even shared that information with me. Almost everything in our capitalistic society, in our modern world, is similar. A lot of the electronics that we're using right now are made by, people working in sweatshops, not making enough money to get by. Cobalt mining, yeah. Or our reliance on like oil and fuel. Like, everything is morally fucked. Everything, when you dig deep into it enough, everything is just as bad, if not worse, than the situation I just explained with, like, mines in India. It's just we're ignorant to it. Either because we're just not privy to that information, or we're willfully ignorant where we just don't look into it, We go to the grocery store and buy our ground beef, but we don't want to be there when the cow is killed. And that's just sort of how we live our lives. We don't want to pay attention to the parts we don't like, but we also don't want to think about living without those conveniences.
What's this?
What is this? Cubo Buoy, by the way, thank you so much for paying it forward, gifting a sub to Yoshio-kun. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, these rompers are terrorists. Only got 3 medkits left. We got to get through the lighthouse, the amusement park, and nowhere. Wonder if we'll get a romper room in the remake. I was just gonna comment, Terry. You're complaining about feeling old and then dropping romper room references in chat. Double kill.
Sybil.
Sybil. Fuck off. Dude, how? It went straight into the pounce, like mid-slash. Got a Papa Murphy's tonight delivered. Didn't know I have to actually bake it. Yeah, that's the Papa Murphy's whole thing. That's their whole gimmick. You gotta bake it yourself. Well, this stretch of the game just drained, like, all of my health items. Hope some of the funky cameras like this are somehow included in Silent Hill 1 Remake, even just as a cutscene. I mean, yeah, that's the one thing I really dislike about modern games. Everything tries to be the same. Like, back in the 80s, 90s, and like kind of that era of gaming, every video game had its own sort of control scheme. Like, no two games were exactly identical.
Sybil hasn't come back.
Even in terms of like tank controls, you know, a lot of people, okay, these are tank control style games. But the tank controls in Silent Hill 1 feel totally different compared to the tank controls in Resident Evil, for example. So every game you kind of had to spend time learning how to play it. That was a part of the experience. It wouldn't play or control exactly like anything else. Games don't really do that as much anymore. They try to make things instantly recognizable and familiar. which is why you get a lot of just over-the-shoulder, third-person, analog movement. Combat mechanics are usually, very similar to each other. Movement controls are usually very similar. Camera types become very similar. And that's one of the things that's so hard to figure out with something like Silent Hill Remake. So much of this game's identity came from these cinematic camera angles, the limitations of the hardware at the time. All these things that played a part in setting this game apart from everything else. So I worry about, I want the remake to include a lot of these iconic camera angles and views and things like that, but if they're going to make Silent Hill 1 Remake play the same as everything else, sort of like the way Silent Hill 2 Remake is, like Silent Hill 2 Remake, you only really got classic camera angles in the little flashbacks in investigate things. So whenever you'd come across the little memory moments where it's like, oh, here's where the original lying figure was, and they changed it for remake, so they put this little thing that you can examine. And when you examine it, it gives you a classic Silent Hill 2 camera angle. Sometimes. Some of them did. But that's the only way that they incorporated even a few of those original camera shots into Silent Hill 2 Remake. And unfortunately, I feel like Silent Hill 1's probably going to be the same way. Where, from a cinematography standpoint, it's going to just be completely different. And there will probably be, cutscenes or, flashback memory things that you can interact with, similar to Silent Hill 2 Remake, where they'll give you a classic camera view or something. But yeah, I'm sad it can't be more than that. Maybe they'll figure out a way to incorporate some cool cameras and stuff into it. I really hope they do. One drink, one first aid. Yellow health. Giant sewer rats. Okay. Amusement park. Let's see if we can get the skip. I only really get one shot at this. I mean, there's another spot where I could attempt it with a save point. But I need to catch this larval stalker before it disappears. And I don't think I'm fast enough. Oh, we actually caught it. All right, take it easy, dad jokes. Thank you again for all the love and support today.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Shh! Don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Gotta watch that part of the scene.
I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care.
So I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Harry.
All right, final stretch of the game. Just gotta make it through nowhere. Oh, also the final boss is gonna suck. I don't know how possible it's going to be. Relying on lots of RNG for the final boss? I mean, it's not even just RNG. I cannot physically move fast enough to dodge lightning. I'm going to get hit by lightning. It's a matter of, can I outlast it with heals? I currently have one first aid kit and nothing else. So I don't think that's going to happen. Now, thankfully, this game does have some interesting things. And you don't have to survive the final boss for as long if you die and continue. So I might just have to die several times and keep continuing until the timer has gotten so short that I can survive with whatever healing I manage to make it to the boss with. There's no way to fight the final boss with any sort of melee weapon. But there is a failsafe in the game where you just have to survive the fight without any ammo. So as long as I get rid of the ammo that's currently in my handgun before the final boss, which we'll dump all of it in the room right before Is this just all melee? It's more than that, Mazzy. This is whoosh percent. It is katana only for weapon and for movement. I'm not allowed to just walk up to this. I have to swing the sword, which slides Harry forward for all of my movement. I can't just walk anywhere. I can't just run anywhere. I can't, you know, strafe and quick turn and back hop or anything like that. I can swing my sword and propel Harry forward. That's it. And we're almost done. We've almost finished the game. I know it's doable because I've done this before, but still pretty difficult. Imagine how sore he is at the end. Dude, my hand feels like it's gonna fucking cramp up and shrivel away. I can only imagine how Harry feels. Shit. R.I.P. Lisa. Should have a first aid kit in here as well. Yep. Definitely need that. Are you at least having fun with this run, or are you getting tired of mashing X by now? My hand is very sore, and I would like to be done. Did I second guess it? I did. Ever counted how many whooshes it takes to finish? No. At least 2? Probably. Maybe even 3. Imagine doing a DDR map playthrough somehow. Punchy has already done that. If you want to see somebody beat all of Silent Hill 1 on hard mode with just a dance mat, go look up Punchy. That man has done it. Lady. Thank you, Oleander. Yeah, shoutouts to Punchy. Dude's a legend. Recently, I was watching his stream because I'm like somewhat upset that I didn't think of his idea first. That's the thing with Punchy. He's really good at coming up with good ideas for streams and then also doing them and not just leaving it as an idea. Because Punchy just recently did a speedrun marathon where he was seeing how long it would take to crash or soft lock every single Silent Hill game. So he went through all the main Silent Hill games and was seeing how quickly you can crash or soft lock in each one. Which, that's such a good idea. That's such a great concept for a Silent Hill marathon. I'm genuinely upset I didn't think of that first. Because most of the Silent Hill games have a soft lock or a crash that you can force. Like, if you know what you're doing, you know how to make it happen. Almost every game has something like that. So Punchy showing off, like, all of these different ways for each of the games of how you can purposefully soft lock or crash each one. I'm like, that's so cool. That's such a smart idea for a marathon. Feel like I saw someone else I follow do something similar for some other series, but forget which. Maybe something like Zelda or Metroid. Maybe. I've never seen anything like it. Definitely not for Silent Hill. So it was really cool watching Punchy go through all the games complete or crash, just how fast, how quickly can you purposefully crash or soft lock every Silent Hill game. So like Silent Hill 1, you can romper skip out of bounds and then run out of bounds in a particular direction that takes you completely out of the map, where eventually the game will just stop loading and completely break. Silent Hill 2, you can quick save and interrupt text, which is used in the speedrun, but if you do it at the wrong time, or I guess the right time if you're trying to softlock, you can completely softlock Silent Hill 2 very, very quickly. Pretty much as soon as you have a car. Like, Punchy didn't even do it during his marathon as quickly as he could have, because you can softlock Silent Hill 2 immediately on the observation deck. As soon as you interact with the car, you can quick save and then quick save again when you're not supposed to break the text. And then after that, James can't interact with anything. So the game is fundamentally soft-locked, like, instantly. Silent Hill 3... you can zip glitch and get Heather out of bounds and soft-lock the game that way. Or you could do what Punchy did. If you're on New Game Plus, you use the Princess Heart outfit to glitch out of bounds on the escalator in the mall. And once you're out of bounds in Silent Hill 3, if you quick turn, the game instantly crashes. It is a consistent crash if you can get Heather out of bounds and then quick turn. Because the game tries to find, every time you quick turn on a different surface, it plays a different sound effect. So if you're standing on tile, or if you're standing on concrete, or if you're standing in water, or if you're standing on broken glass, all of those things it pulls a different sound effect from a directory for what your quick turn should sound like. So when you're out of bounds and you're standing on nothing and you quick turn, the game tries to find a sound effect that is associated with nothing. And it can't do that. So it just crashes. Silent Hill 4, you can soft lock it instantly, right at the very beginning. There's a scripted cutscene that happens when you take control of Harry, where you have to answer the phone. It's possible to very, very quickly, like frame perfect, move Henry towards the door and leave his bedroom before interacting with that phone. And it just completely soft locks the game. Like you stop being able to interact with anything or even move. Ever play Silent Hill 4 on PC with the randomizer? Many times. We've got several Silent Hill 4 randomizer runs under our belt. Those are all archived on YouTube as well. Many, many, many times. I've probably played the Silent Hill 4 randomizer more than any other randomizers. I've also done enemy randomizer runs of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. Nub's done it all. I've done most. But like a couple weeks ago when I did hard mode knife only, that was my first time doing a full run of that. I had practiced bits and pieces of that, but never sat down and did a full run from start to finish. So there's still some stuff. There's still some things for me to do in terms of like speed runs and challenge runs. including some what might be considered very obvious things, because it's just stuff I don't really enjoy doing. Like 10 star. I don't really do 10 star almost ever for any game. Because I genuinely hate doing 10 star runs of the Silent Hill games. Most of it is just following a spreadsheet. And to me, that's not very fun. Following a spreadsheet just to make sure, like, I pick up all the items, keeping a tally of how many enemies I killed and how I killed them, shooting or fighting, you know. Silent Hill 1, it's different from game to game. Like, 10 star and Silent Hill 4 is not that bad. It's not as difficult, but it can still be a pain in the ass. Silent Hill 1, you can feel like you did everything right, and then at the very end results screen, you'll have 9.9 stars because it counted like one missed shot too many. This is just the camera and the ammo. Two first aid and one drink, and I'm in orange. I mean, I guess we just go for it. Lost the 10.2 because you missed one document. Is it that one random bullshit one that shows up in your laundry room? Because every time I tried to do 10 star or 10.2, even during story playthroughs when I'm just trying to read all the notes, it's always that one that spawns in the laundry room after Hospital or Subway World's second time. It's like right around there. It's shortly after Eileen joins you.
If
10 star in Silent Hill 2 HD made me violently angry for green hyperspray. Dude, HD is one of the worst offenders of them all because it doesn't even track your stats and endings correctly. Because that game is a buggy pile of shit. Okay. Might as well top up health here. I need to dump my 15 bullets. There we go. No bullets. Health is topped up. I've got 2 whole first aid kits. And my katana's not equipped, so I can't move. There we go. No, I'm not actively looking for health items. There's a few that I could have grabbed along the way there, but I'm just going to try to make do with what I've got. Theoretically, we should be able to just kind of cheese this out. If we die enough times, eventually the timer to survive will be so short that the fight can end before even the first lightning attack happens. It just takes a lot of dying and continuing. I can also theoretically save some time on the survive timer if I let that cutscene play. But I don't think it's going to make much difference. I don't think it's going to make enough difference. I think we're just going to have to go for death count. Yeah, there's just no avoiding it. Halo! Oh my god, we got it! We got it first try. The power of the stick bugs. I don't know why it was so fast there.
Daddy.
Cheryl!
Laudable Halo, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the gift subs. The stick bugs going out
Cheryl?
to Homulets, Flapjacks, Toxic Dead Cell,
B.
Miss Vector,
Can't leave like this.
and Moogle.
This can't be happening. Cheryl?
Learned about this glitch yesterday. It's not a glitch. It's an intentional mechanic. If you get to this boss and don't have a ranged weapon, there is literally no way to kill the boss with melee. So this was an intentionally designed and implemented method to finish the game for people who ran out of ammo or didn't have ammo by the time they got to the fight. That was cool though. I'm not entirely sure why it ended that quickly. Bow, bow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow. Wish more horror games did the blooper things? Same. It's so good. And these are just animation tests. They basically just repurposed a bunch of animation tests. And it's great. Bow, bow, bow. And there we go. Another Silent Hill random wheel decided playthrough. We've been getting a lot of the Silent Hill 1 challenge runs with these wheel spins. But hey, I like Silent Hill 1. Even if it's a pain in the ass doing this and it hurts my hand. I still like playing through Silent Hill 1. Not to mention, we get this great results screen. Walking distance and running distance. 0.032 kilometers walked, 0.995. Less than a kilometer walked or ran. Because from the moment I got the katana, we were just swinging and sliding. 119 enemies killed with the sword. 2 stars. It was faster because of the difficulty normal instead of hard. I didn't even realize it was on normal. Usually my Next Fear save files are hard mode because whatever you play on your previous playthrough, your Next Fear playthrough will always be one step up. So like you can't play Next Fear on easy. If you play regular on easy, your Next Fear file will be on normal. If you play regular new game on normal, your Next Fear unlock will be hard mode. And I thought we were on hard mode. We even had the hard mode sewers with the extra scratchers. Like when you pick up the key from the water, you get the 3 that drop down around you, but then there's another one on the path leading back to the door. That scratcher is normally only there on hard mode. There was a lot of stuff that was happening that seemed like it was on hard mode. But apparently I was on normal the whole time. Weird. That would explain my faster split head fight as well. But either way, another Silent Hill challenge run defeated. So that's going to be it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. I really appreciate everybody coming out, chilling, hanging out, keeping us company. Again, huge thanks to everybody with all the new subs and gift subs, as well as our raiders from earlier, both from Job the Face and Yoshio-kun. But yeah, thanks you guys. Adana, thank you so much for the 15 months right here at the very end. But thank you very much. Really appreciate the resub. Thank you for that love and support. All right, I gotta get off this results screen. It's getting claimed by Chad Energy James already. The YouTube video's not even out yet. And the scammer is already fucking claiming my shit. I can just feel it. I can sense it. Fucking Chad Energy James. That's the most recent scammer, by the way, who's been demonetizing all of my videos on YouTube. So again, when I say like I appreciate all the love and support, everybody who's subbing and supporting me here on Twitch, I deeply and sincerely mean it. Thank you so much, because yeah, I basically don't make anything from YouTube anymore. It's just completely fucked by scammers constantly flagging all of my videos with false copyright claims, and YouTube doesn't have the tools in place for me to do anything about it. So I just have to like eat shit and not make any money off YouTube anymore. That's fun. Seeing if anybody is streaming. We're going to go ahead and raid Maxi Lobes. Maxi Lobes is doing some Resident Evil Requiem randomizer runs because, of course, they got the randomizer up and running for Requiem. I'm honestly surprised it wasn't sooner. But he's doing some permadeath Requiem randomized runs. But Maxi's a legend. He's a very good friend of mine, has been for many years now. Legendary speedrunner and challenge runner for hundreds of games, I think, at this point. I'm pretty sure he's in triple digits by now. If not, he's damn close. So, go show Maxi some love. And I will see you guys probably tomorrow. Not sure what I'm doing yet, but we'll see. Either way, thank you again for everything. Be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.